It's a fantasy survival horror RPG published by Devolver Digital, currently in development, in which you investigate a sinister city filled with hundreds of grotesque monsters, demons, and weirdos. It focuses on exploration and atmosphere. Its main influences are both classic Western RPGs like Baldur's Gate, Japanese RPGs like Final Fantasy, as well as survival horror games such as the Resident Evil and Silent Hill series. As you sneak through the city, you encounter all sorts of strange characters, many of which you can speak to, trade with, recruit to your cause, steal from, or even attack if you so choose. You can approach this game in a million ways. It's up to you how you plan to survive. Your actions may lead to wealth, disaster, betrayal, or may even lead to uncovering some of the city's darkest secrets and the game's many hidden endings. The main character is no powerful hero. You awaken in the city transformed into a weak, frail goblin, and may need to rely on desperate measures for your survival. You will likely need help from other survivors you meet, and it is up to you to decide who you trust and recruit to your cause. Combat is in a classic turn-based style with a focus on managing scarce resources and building unique strategies by recruiting all sorts of different party members, equipping them and teaching them new skills. Monsters move closer to you during combat, increasing the threat and tension as they begin using their more devastating attacks. You do not want them too close. I stream development work of Malison Tuesday to Friday at 7 p.m. EST on Twitch. I also have new development update streams on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. EST. There is also a Discord you can join for the game. Check below. Malison: The Cursed City is a fantasy survival horror RPG published by Devolver Digital, currently in development, in which you investigate a sinister city filled with hundreds of grotesque monsters, demons, and weirdos. It focuses on exploration and atmosphere. Its main influences are both classic Western RPGs like Baldur's Gate, Japanese RPGs like Final Fantasy, as well as survival horror games such as the Resident Evil and Silent Hill series. As you sneak through the city, you encounter all sorts of strange characters, many of which you can speak to, trade with, recruit to your cause, steal from, or even attack if you so choose. You can approach this game in a million ways. It's up to you how you plan to survive. Your actions may lead to wealth, disaster, betrayal, or may even lead to uncovering some of the city's darkest secrets and the game's many hidden endings. The main character is no powerful hero. You awaken in the city transformed into a weak, frail goblin, and may need to rely on desperate measures for your survival. You will likely need help from other survivors you meet, and it is up to you to decide who you trust and recruit to your cause. Combat is in a classic turn-based style with a focus on managing scarce resources and building unique strategies by recruiting all sorts of different party members, equipping them, and teaching them new skills. Monsters move closer to you during combat, increasing the threat and tension as they begin using their more devastating attacks. You do not want them too close. I stream development work of Malison Tuesday to Friday at 7 p.m. EST on Twitch. I also have new development update streams on Sunday nights at 8 p.m. EST.
Okay.
There is also a Discord you can join for the game. Check below.
That's right, that's right. Okay, let's see here. All right. Let's get started. Let's put some music on. It's gonna have to be just chiptunes and stuff this weekend. And video game music. Because I'll try to keep this stream. I'll try to keep these streams, Copyright strike free if I can. Let's go with this one. All right. So let's start a new project, folks. That's always exciting. Start a whole new project. A whole new little thing. Okay, new project. Blank game. Yep, I want to make a farming game. I want to give it a shot. Now, it's going to be like a prototype. So I'm going to keep it very simple. I'm going to keep it like something that can turn into anything, sort of. Okay. I want to keep it very like abstract a bit, because that way it's easier to turn into. Because I had a few like farming game ideas, right? All right, so let's make some real basic art assets for it to start, and I guess in doing so, I'll be picking a color palette. How about Arn16? Yeah, Arn16, let's go. Okay, so this is how I'm imagining the game's gonna look. So I have a few different ideas. Knocking around. I'm not sure yet still which one I want to go with. I have a few things, you know. But no matter what, it's gonna be very like visually simple. So I'm thinking like grass tiles looking like this. And like dirt tiles like this, and then a plot like a farm plot, maybe like this. Oh, is the music loud? Let me tweak it. Is that better? Yeah, I'm thinking something like that here for a farm plot. Okay, and maybe we have like taller grass, just as a little visual variety here. I'll probably just have like a basic tile set for all of this. Yeah, I think it's gonna have like not exactly ASCII vibes, but like yeah, like it's gonna look a bit like, you know. Gonna look a bit like an old Ultima game or something. Visually. Really gotta keep things simple. so I can really just mostly focus on the prototype part. So maybe the dirt should feel more like this a bit here. I might expand the colors a little. I'm not sure what my internal kind of limitation for colors is gonna be. Maybe it's gonna be like generally 2 colors for tiles and maybe like 3 or 4 colors for objects on top of tiles. Oh, nice. That's fun. Cheese jerky. Okay, like that. Yeah, I'm thinking this could be for dirt. So I have a bunch of little ideas in mind, and I had one idea brewing that could be really fun, like a really fun way to sort of like take a farming game sort of controls, but make something very different with it. But it would kind of move it farther away from farming games. And so it would maybe make it less useful as a prototype to make farming games with. So I'm not sure yet if I want to go with that. I'm a little torn on it. I was thinking of making this game where you're like a wizard whose experiment either went very wrong or very right, and you like you're in a wizard's tower, and you're just like, it's like a world map, and you're like expanding your influence. And like the farming mechanics are you like casting spells on different parts of the land, basically. And you're just like corrupting the land, sort of. And you're like, it's like clear that you're no longer human. And you're like expanding like a horrible sort of influence. And the way that you're expanding your influence makes it seem like you're not even remotely human anymore. You know? It's almost like Zerg vibes, what's happening with the surroundings of the tower. I think something like that might be fun. And like, so other things that you're growing instead would be like spells and progress that you're casting in the surroundings of the... I don't know, something like that might be fun, but I feel like if I do this, it might be pushing the game farther away from like a farming game in a way that like the result might not be as useful as a prototype. Like, it would take a lot of work to turn this into like a regular farming game if I take it as a base. So maybe it's like, maybe it would be a good idea for like something to do with the prototype later, right? So maybe the base should be a bit closer to the generic version, right? Does that make sense? Like, maybe the base should be more of an actual farming game. And then maybe from that base, I can make some more wacky, you know? I can make some more wacky things with it. That might be the more responsible approach here. So maybe this should be more of an actual farming game. And then maybe I can get a bit more wacky with stuff. Yeah, that was like a farming game, but it was more like something you just interact with it directly with your mouse. To me, that felt more like a toy than a game, right? Alright, what else? Could have some water tiles. At first it's just gonna be squares. I'm just gonna keep it real simple. And later I might use like, I might do like a bitmax mask thing to add borders to different tiles, but for now, water is just gonna be water tiles like this. Yeah, especially when there is already sort of an established visual style that looks like this. Then, you know. Let's see, what other sort of like base tile that isn't like content on a tile? I think that's basically all I need to start. Maybe like a path, so this could be more like a natural dirt. Or maybe like denser grass. Yeah, maybe denser grass. It's more of a visual thing. And I would try to keep the base tiles, like the stuff that's really just different versions of the grounds, not have too many extra colors, so they really kind of blend in. And they don't feel like something you can interact with, you know? Yeah, I think that looks fine for like the base tiles here. I'm gonna make these into... Just gonna make these into like different frames of one animation, and this is how I'm gonna be handling different kinds of floors to start. And then water. And then a farm plot. There we go. So we got basic terrain tiles for now. Uh-oh. Yeah. Lizardmen. Lizardmen. Lizardmen are very good. Very good minion type, I think. I support Lizardmen minions. Lizardmen got a lot on their plate. Lizardmen got a lot on their plate. They got a lot going on. They got their claws in many pies. Alright, here's the sprite sheet. Okay, so, so let's just start with a really basic, let's start, like, with a really basic, I would need an alternate sprite for, when this has something planted, or maybe that would be like an object on top of this. Yeah, maybe that would be more an object on top. Maybe not. I'm not sure if that would be a set, like, if this would be, like, the terrain maybe would remain this. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure, you know, I'm still, I'll be, this is gonna be a very improvised game here, folks. I'm really just flying by the seat of my pants, which is how I like it for stuff like this. So some of this is not going to be very well thought out, but I think this is the most fun approach to games like this, to just coming up with stuff right off the dome. I think that's real fun. So RN16 is the color palette I'm going with right now. That's right. Move fast and break things. Yeah, I was thinking about this, the idea of like the wizard corruption thing. You know, it's a wizard with a curse. Again, this is another sort of like Frankie Core thing, I guess, at this point. Corrupted, cursed wizards. But yeah, the idea would be a little bit like that that underwater base building sim that I made years ago. I was thinking something a little bit along these lines, but with a very different theming and with more of a farming kind of mechanic. And I mean, I've been experimenting with like weird little farm-like toy games. And sometimes, like, so one time I made this game, Juneflower, like, sort of alluded to it earlier. There was this game I made called Mandragora that was more like a toy. You just, like, interacted with a grid of farm plots. And it was like a farming game with, like, bits of, like machine building a little bit. Like, just bits of it. Like, some plants you could grow had, like, effects with two other plants around them. So it's like you were growing plants, but you were also kind of, you know, setting up mechanics between them. And the idea is that it would also be kind of like almost a tower defense game. And I don't know, it was a little confused. There were too many ideas in it. It was one of those things. Like, one of the plants you could make is like a plant that's a sprinkler. And so you could water that one plant, and it would distribute the water that you put into it on the plants around itself. Like, there was like a tomato you could grow. There was like a weird tomato you could grow that once it's grown enough, it would like leave its plant and start working on the field with you. There was like a radish that if you grew that radish, it started like, it turned its own plant into like a little storage yard and started gathering resources and bringing it back and like piling it up. Yeah, it was like this weird, yeah. But I mean, it had a lot of little ideas like this, but it wasn't really a coherent whole thing. Yeah, you know, these things happen sometimes. You just have a bunch of stray ideas, and they don't necessarily all pull in the same direction. So that's going to be a farm plot that has something in it. That's going to be an occupied farm plot. Let's import this. And let's make a quick little let's make a quick little sort of like world gen for that. SPR terrain. Let's load this up. There we go. And let's make a first object. It's gonna be like world gen, maybe just world. Oh, what? Oh. Oh, this is new. Okay. Oh, okay. Right. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess this is the first new project that I create in this on this machine. So then, yeah, okay. So it's gonna ask me some things sometimes. The old cozy games, yeah. Yeah. I mean, monsters attack you all the time, but sometimes that's cozy. Getting attacked by monsters can be cozy sometimes. Okay, well, let's just make a world grid. Should I still be using grids? I think so, right? Yeah, I don't think grids have been replaced, because like most data structures have been kind of replaced by arrays. Like, you don't really need to use lists anymore. You should just be using arrays, because it used to be that arrays were the slowest data structure in GameMaker. Yeah, like lists, like there are a bunch of things, like data structures are basically mostly some things they introduced to help you deal with the fact that to like have faster like data because the arrays were really slow, fetching from arrays and changing arrays and stuff were very, yeah, they were very slow. I think it's just that they were like, I think it's because the layers of the layers of abstraction meant that like basically stuff you did with a list, I think stuff that you did with a list was a bit lower down, you know? Like in the internal logic of the engine, you are closer to the machine when you worked with lists and arrays. Like, you know, there was a bit more like sort of, I don't know. I think it's something like that. It was like what you did with a list was like converted into something else on runtime, and you know, something like that. Like there were more layers of abstractions going on that just made arrays way slower. But in like maybe 5 years ago, they started really reworking how all the arrays worked internally, and now arrays are way faster. So now like lists are just completely useless. Like you should never use lists. There's literally as far as I know, there's no more reasons to use lists anymore. You should just be using arrays instead. There aren't like extra features that arrays have, that lists have that arrays don't. As far as I know, lists are now essentially deprecated. I think. Maybe there's features. Maybe there's like a feature or two that's still faster with a list. Like, I don't know, maybe shuffling a list is faster than shuffling an array. I don't know. There might be like something like that, but I think for the most part now arrays are just better. You should just use those. Maybe like re-indexing an array, like shuffling all the indexes of an array is still slower than doing that in a list. Maybe. Yeah, like stuff that shuffles all indexes inside or like again, yeah, shuffling or like reordering or sorting an array might be slower than doing all this with a list. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's do world width. Actually, just width. And let's make it 80. Height 80. Okay. Width and height. Hello, hello. Let's put something else. Let's put on Heart of Sawdust, Chromelodion. And also maybe the final recording, so 2 Chromelodions in a row. And then maybe Yakuza Heart Attack 2. And how about Eraser's Fantasy? Although that one's Eraser's Fantasy is like an album that's like extremely loud, so that one's a little special. It just feels like it's breaking your speakers the whole way. Heart of Sawdust is a little bit like that too. Yeah, you know, engines got their quirks, but to make a quick prototype over a weekend, I don't think I would ever try anything else. Okay, so let's make some sort of generate script or function here. And well, for now, let's just make it something real easy. Let's just make it completely random what's in there for now. Maybe I should set... I think the grid is generated with zeros everywhere by default. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is a grass chance. Also, I'm gonna have to randomize. This just grabs a random seed based on current computer, the computer clock, I think. Just so it doesn't always generate the same thing. Well, thank you, Redzard. There might be a fancier way of doing this, but I'm just gonna do it that way. So place grass. True. And J is bigger than 0. And is less than width. Less than width -1. And J is less than height -1. And there you go. So that should set tufts of tall grass and put some thinner grass around it. And maybe do another round of it, and this time it checks for regular grass. So it expands the regular grass. And then after this, maybe it's going to place dirt. And the way it's going to do that is it's going to go everywhere where there is a place dirt is true. And then place dirt becomes false if it finds dirt around itself, grass around itself. There we go. And that would set 3. There you go. Or maybe actually this would be... DS grid clear. Do. Should I remove this? Okay, I think this should look okay. I think this should look okay. We'll see. Okay, so basically I'm starting the whole world with just dirt. Then I'm randomly placing tufts of thick grass. Maybe at like a 20% rate. So it's going to be bits of thick grass everywhere. Maybe it should be like this. Maybe it should be a smaller amount. And maybe I'm going to look around for tufts of grass here. And I'm going to expand them instead. And random 1 is less than grass chance times 2. Okay, that could maybe look... Maybe that's going to make it look a bit more natural that way. So basically, it goes over the entire world and adds... Every tile has a 10% chance of becoming grass. Then it goes over the whole world again, and now every tile next to grass has a chance of also now like spawning extra grass to like expand the blobs of grass randomly, right? Then it goes over the whole world again and tries to place... Again, there might be like a math way of doing this that's way better. There probably is. Like, yeah, I could probably make it more like a fractal thing. Yeah, fractal generation would probably be way better for this. Whatever. Yeah, like a fractal generation would be you start with a smaller grid and you randomly place grass and dirt. And then you make a smaller grid based on the larger grid. And like based on what's in the larger grid, like it's like you're subdividing the larger grid into smaller and smaller, into like larger and larger grids with smaller and smaller like cells. And what you put into the grid with the smaller cells is based on what's a larger grid with like a percentage chance. And it turns into stuff that looks fairly natural. Here I'm doing something. This might be faster than that, but I'm not actually sure. It might be slower too. I have no idea which of these two would be faster. Anyway, let's just see what this looks like. So, after I generate this, so I'm going to run world gen every time I hit enter, just to see the result. So when I hit enter, it's going to do world gen. Maybe not key down, nor key pressed. So it just happens once when I hit enter. And then let's just draw this. Maybe I have like a view scroll here. Okay. So maybe I'll be able to like use the yeah, with the step event. Keyboard check, VK left. So let's just add some basic controls to move around the map. Let's just add some basic moving around the map here. So just gonna draw whatever the grid looks like right now. For now, let's just make it draw the grid as is. Let's see. World grid, I, J. Just draw a sprite terrain, the thing on the grid here. Yo, Lumpy. Well, I just started. I just started like I don't think even an hour ago. You know, just putting down the base. Let's see. Just about to run it for the first time. Let's see if I didn't make a room or anything yet. Hang on. Let's put the actual world object in here. Okay. Let's give it a shot now. Okay, so this is the world as it starts. Just a lot of grass, and then I hit enter. And, okay. Not what I was thinking. This is a little too much grass. A little too much grass. So hang on. So grid clear with 3. That should have been... this. Let's see what's wrong here. Oh, I know what I could do. Let's see what each phase does. Let's see what each phase does here. So this places the tall grass. Let's make it a switch. Let's make it a switch. Case 0. Case 1. Case 2. Case 3. Case 4. Case 5. And so 5 is the last one. Alright, and every time I run this, I'm gonna add phase number, and then the phase is gonna go up, and then if phase number is 6 or equal, then that returns to 0. So now I should see what's happening. Hey, Puke 7. Alright, so first phase. Okay, there you go. So it turns everything to... it does turn everything to dirt and adds these little... Yeah, so I think maybe the grass is just too common here. Okay, then first pass of... Oh, hang on. Oh, okay, grass chance. Whoops. I put the grass chance... grass chance should be set up outside of the switch state. And maybe I should make grass chance lower than that. Let's do this here. Okay, first step. Second step, okay, it expands the grass a little. Third step, it adds like mid-grass. And then, this one just puts the grass everywhere. There's the problem. There's the problem. You don't need to be intimidated by it. It's just, you get used to this stuff. It's just like a language. You know, at first, you struggle to you know, at first you're gonna struggle to understand individual words, and then eventually your brain kind of gets used to it. And then the words become easy, and, you know, it becomes more about the general meaning of the whole thing, you know? Okay, so, let's make it tell me what the current phase is, actually. Draw, set, color, see, white, draw, set, font, FNT main. Let's add an FNT main font. Let's add a little font, FNT main, and it's going to be 04B03 as usual. I think 8 is the correct size for it. Or is it 6? It's 6, okay. Remove anti-aliasing. There we go. Draw text. Gen phase. There we go. So that's just going to tell me what the phase is.
No, it's time to stretch.
Unless phase is 0. Also, time for a stretch, folks. Let's do a little stretch. Okay. Zero, 1, 2, and yeah, it's 3. It's definitely 3 that gets messy. Huh. Wait, does this one fill everything? This is the same thing twice. Oh, I see. I see, I think. Let's try this. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. There you go. There you go. It looks natural-ish. That looks natural-ish. Just expand this one here. Yeah, there you go. That seems good to me. Alright, now let's add that you can scroll around. Because you can't scroll around right now. maximum. If I get, okay, there's gonna be an error if I see. Yeah, I need to do some error catching here. There we go. Like this. Okay. This might be a little... Oh, hang on. Oh. And X. And Y. Okay. And, okay, whoops. Not quite what I wanted there. Whoopsie. Screwed it up. Look at that. Yeah, this needs to be minus this times 16 and minus like this. Okay, that's a little better. That's a little better. Okay, let's scale up the view here. So let's go into rooms. Let's play with viewports. Viewports. Okay. All right, and let's see. What should be the game's resolution here? I want it to be a bit bigger than usual. 240 by... Okay. So maybe my height's gonna be 480. Okay, let's see what this looks like here. This might look good. Okay. Okay, that's a start. That's a start. Which one's doing this? Oh. There we go. Alright. Okay, at this point, the basic terrain gen, I don't really need to... I don't really need to mess with this too much more. So I can remove this part of it now. This phase-based thing. I mean, I could still... There you go. So now it's just gonna do the whole thing every time. Okay. Now, there we go. So it just regenerates a different world every time I do this. Alrighty. That works, that works. Okay, so let's make a quick little thing here. Let's make another, or maybe part of this, maybe it's gonna be still part of the same world thing. Let's have a grid of, like, room elements. So this is gonna be the terrain grid, really. World grid, terrain grid. And then we're gonna have object, grid, and this is gonna be all the little things that can be added on top of this. Yeah. And so what am I actually going to place onto this grid? Is it going to be just an index? Is it going to be like struts? It could be struts. Yeah, it could be just a bunch of struts. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put structs in there. And gonna make a new script here. That's going to be world objects. Now, one thing about this is I would probably want to have... I think world objects wouldn't be all of the objects, I don't think. I think world objects would be specifically things that the player plants. Things that grow over time, maybe? Because ideally, the way I would set it up, it would be sort of set up to use proggen. And I guess everything in world objects would be stuff that is proggened and stuff that the player puts down. And maybe... Because ideally, if I want some parts of the game to be stuff that's like not, you know, procedurally generated, something that the dev puts down, something that I place down in like the level editor, the two would need to sort of be, you know... The two would kind of need to come together here. So maybe what I could do... How to sort of mix the two naturally here. So that there's some stuff in there that I can place manually and some stuff that's like procedurally generated or... Huh, that's kind of tricky. Again, this is like a prototype, so I want it to be flexible. I want it to work both for a game that's mostly prog-gen and for a game that's mostly like, you know, pre-made levels, pre-made areas that maybe could have some prog-gen elements to them, or maybe some parts of them that you can sort of customize, or... Maybe even a thing where, like, say like your starting room, like your starting land, could be stuff that's like pre-made, but then you can modify using world objects here. But ideally, so maybe I could do a thing where whatever I place in the rooms manually, instead of placing the objects directly, I'm kind of placing like spawners on there. And maybe the first time that the player enters this room, if that room hasn't yet been turned into the proper format of the game, then it basically takes what I placed in that room manually and adds it onto the world objects thing. So it's like the things I put manually in a map like this are just become like the default state of the world gen, as opposed to. And then after the first time you enter this map, it then ignores. It then like ignores the stuff that's in that room, and just uses the world objects grid here. That might be the way. That might be the way to do it. Okay, so function world objects constructor. So this is going to be the base, like, you know, this is going to be the base stuff, the base data unit that is in grids. So what is going to be the data I want in every grid slot here? Okay, wait, maybe it shouldn't just be an object grid like this. Maybe it should be more like... Maybe... Oh, nice. Nice. Maybe there should be an object grid. And an object list. Or an object array. And maybe the object grid just contains, like, grid slot data. And the grid slot could be just like stuff like, I don't know, this is the kind of thing where I could add or remove data points here based on the like, you know, for different games made with a prototype could probably use different versions of this, like different stuff in there, but here maybe it's gonna be like well, there, like, planted. So then this is where I could have, like, a plant object. So here, instead of world object, it could be plant. And here, this would be like planted here. So anything that's growing on that grid slot would be added to this variable here. And maybe this is where, like, the state of the slot is. So maybe watered. And maybe it's a number and not just a true or false, because it might have like maybe sometimes, like, you water something and it's like watered for a few days, depending on, like, yeah. Like, maybe watered isn't necessarily like a boolean. Maybe it's more like an integer or a real value. I don't know. It's the kind of thing where, like, depending on the game, that could go either way. Let's see. Maybe. Actually, maybe this is where the terrain would be. Terrain type? Yeah, maybe terrain type would be this. Yeah, terrain type. Maybe also like a, there could be like a level of, like fertility, and maybe that's a could be like a number out of 100. Maybe when I add the grid slots, I might actually set a terrain type here. Right? And this like sets it up here. Yeah, that makes sense. And maybe here it could say... maybe that's it. I can't really think of anything else that goes here. I can't really think of anything else I would want. That's part of like the data that goes into every grid slot. But you know, if I think of anything else later, I can just add it. So it's not a big deal. Okay, and now the plant. Plant type, and that would probably be set up here. Plant type. So whenever I create it, I assign a plant type immediately. Maybe also growth level. That's way I can just spawn a bunch of plants at different growth levels. Now, something more granular than growth level. Maybe like growth points, so that way growth levels don't need to be... Like the plants can keep track of being halfway through to the next growth level. So maybe growth points. And maybe that would always start... Maybe that would always start at 0 there. Or I don't know, maybe that's another thing that can be set up here, but the default is 0. Also, growth level 0 would be like a seed, right? Yeah, growth level 0 would be like a seed. And, I mean, the logic of exactly what each growth level would mean, you know, would probably depend on all sorts of things. Here, maybe like life. So maybe like plants can be damaged, and maybe this is where this would be set up. Maybe 100 by default here. Okay. Now, these trucks could probably all have... How should I handle, like, functions that all the plants should have? I don't necessarily want... Maybe it's like... Maybe, like, static functions would be good here. Yeah, maybe I want to have a... Like, a plant prototype. Or maybe a plant type. Yeah, a plant type. Yeah, plant types, I think, would be this. So plant would be the actual data, and that would be sort of a lightweight. As lightweight as I can make a struct here, just the basic data, and it wouldn't have functions in it. But the plant type would hold like these plant type, like these plant archetype structs that would have the data of each plant type. And so this is where I could have like different functions that are like unique to various plant the various plant types would be would inherit like plant type here. So here I would have maybe some plant high. Maybe just plant types. Also, maybe it could be an enum. Yeah, maybe an enum of plant types. I'm not really sure. Like, oh, let's just make generic plant, fancy plant, spooky plant. There we go. So we use these. So it's always good to have, like, you know, I always like to use enums for this because it gives you some nice, you know, autocomplete on them. Maybe plant type. Maybe plant type struct. Maybe this would grab from plant type database, which would be an array that receives these archetypes of each plant type, right? Yeah, the growth plants would be for sublevels, yeah. And each plant would just handle the logic of that on its own. So plant type struct here. This would just hold the plant type, so that would be plant type db, and then would get the plant type in here. So that would just, and so I would just add all of the different plant types into plant type db. So I would have to use like a specific function here. Function add plant type. Okay. This is kind of how this is actually how I handle status effects in Malison. So this is the kind of logic I've gone over before. So add plant type. So plant type. And protostruct. New protostruct. I think that should work. I think that should work, right? And then when I add plant type in this function later, I should be able to use like plant types generic plant. And then the struct I just added for generate. think that should work. Plant type. I think this is. Forget if this is how you do. I forget this. I forget if this is how you you actually make. Let me just look it up. It's been a while, folks. See, this is why. This is why I need to get back into it. I can forget some basic structural stuff here. Is this how you make it inherit another struct? Let me see. Scrolling down the constructors. Yes. Constructors. Yeah. Oh, maybe I need specific spaces here. But otherwise, that's it. Okay, good. That's it. I did get it right. Okay, so you're gonna have plant type and name. So let's see. Okay, what are global variables that every plant tends to have? They're gonna have like a type name. They're gonna have maybe like max growth. So like what is the max growth level that this plant can reach? Maybe, let's see. So not everything here. Now this is like not. Yeah, maybe crop yield. Yeah. That might be something that's more like on a case-by-case basis, but yield, sure. Let's see. Yield object, and this is where like the specific object that you get from harvesting it would be. I don't know, we'll see. Again, I'm playing this by ear there, so. Generate plants. You need to have something else for objects as well. Maybe undefined for now. It's not actually going to yield anything to start. Okay. Let's see. So I think plant type here would have some functions like So this is where like things would get drawn, basically. And this is where... Yeah, this is where all the mechanics of how the plants function, how they all work. So for instance, time tick. So every X number of in-game seconds, time hour, time day. So like things that happens once a day, things that happens once an hour, things that happens once per tick would be in those functions here. Yeah. And these would need to receive the actual plant as a parameter. Yeah, these will need to receive the plant as a parameter. The plant itself, like this data structure. So this here is, so plant here, just for the general logic here. The plant here is the actual individual plant, right? So say you planted, 8 radishes, right? Then each radish would be its own plant. That's like the individual plant. This is why it has like how much it's grown, its life, and everything. But down here, this is the part that defines what a radish is, right? And I'm separating the two so that every individual plant doesn't also need to remember what a radish is. Instead, each individual plant only remembers what's specific about this particular radish, right? And when it comes to looking at what a radish actually is, they're all gonna have a little variable here that points to the definition of radishes in general, which is gonna be set up here. So that way, whenever I need to run code that's particular for all radishes, that code is going to not be like added for each plant individually. It's gonna be the Big Radish. Big Radish is gonna figure it out. Give it all to Big Radish, folks. That's the idea. So yeah, these are plant types. This is going to be where I define, what radishes do over time, what they do every hour, what they do every day, and also maybe how to draw a radish. Well, not in this case, it's not a radish. In this case, it is plants in general. And then after this, I'm going to make the things that are specific to individual plants. So here, this is going to be the generic plants. Draw self. Okay. Now, let's see. Okay, how do I handle the most simple way possible to handle like a generic draw function for all plants, regardless of type? And then I can add like some plants that like are drawn weird could have their own version of this function that like overrides it or adds more to it. But now let's go for like the most basic general function that would be helpful for most plants. So I would say, okay, plant type here could have a plant sprite, right? And let's make a base plant sprite here. So each plant would just have their own little plant sprite that would have all their stages of growth. That's gonna be fun here. Let's draw some plants with stages of growth here. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Yeah, let's draw a first plant here with stages of growth. This is gonna be the generic plant. this is probably not actually going to be in the game at the end, but now one thing about this is I'm probably gonna want to have like different variants for the sprites, so that like if I have a bunch of radishes, they're not all gonna look the same, you know. So I'm not sure how I'm gonna handle this in a way that's like, you know, like how I'm gonna handle the logic of that. I think there's, you know, there's various ways, but here let's make plant generic. Okay, so plant generic. So let's start with this one. So this is gonna be when it's just a seed. Yeah, just a seed on this one. And then the seeds germinated a little. So little seed. Little seed. Exactly. Just that's a little seed. That little seed has germinated. Oh. Time to stretch, folks. Let's stretch, folks. Let's do it. Hey! Hey. Yeah. Okay. Now let's have this grow a little more. Yeah, it's fun to draw little plants. Little plants, a happy little plant. At this point, maybe it's got a little bit more. There you go. At this point, it's got something you can harvest. Who knows what it is? That's right. So for now, that's going to be it. And I'm thinking, so how would I have like wilted versions though? How would I organize like the wilted? Maybe the wilted sprites are just alternate, like a separate alternate sprite for it all. Yeah, I think so. Let's add a new group here. Plants. And let's add a new sprite to that group. Plant generic. There you go. And origin's gonna be there. That's right. So plant sprite here is going to be SPR plant generic, and maybe wilted the sprite. For now, it's just going to be the same. Maybe I can just recolor it. Yeah, let's just recolor it for a. Yeah, let's just recolor it for a quick wilted version. Yeah. You know, in reality, it would need to be a little different. And here, no fruit in it. There you go. That would be the wilted version. Yeah, we need a little more. I would want it to be drooping a little bit more for the actual sprite. But for now, this is fine. There you go. Oh, another thing that the plants should have, plant types truck, and they should also have plant slot. And maybe slot will be the first thing here. So that way they know they're like, you can refer back to the grid slot from the plant. From the plant's, maybe a plot? Yeah, maybe plot. Or soil. Yeah, soil. That way you can just refer back to the soil it's on to know, like, where it is, for one. Should the grid slot actually know where it is as well? So I'll be able to get to the soil and then check its position from there. That would make it easier. That adds, like, 2 variables to every single slot, but... you know, that might not be the right thing to do here. But... that might not be the right thing to do here for clean programming, but... yeah? Are you? Are you already seeing some issues with the way I'm setting this up? Oh no! Alright, here. So this is gonna have the plant position. The soil is gonna have reference back to the grid slot. So that way, from the plant, I can check where the plant is. Okay. Now draw self. I think what I would probably do here, I would probably not have the plants individually draw themselves. They would probably spawn objects that handle, like, the, you know... yeah, that's probably what I would do here. For now, let's just make it simple. So if plants... so the life, I think if life is bigger than 0, basically. So if plant life is bigger than 0, then draw itself as this, or draw itself as that. So draw sprite, plant, and then X, Y. I don't know. Oh, do you mean for actually using instances to draw, to render crops? Did you experiment with both? There you go. This is for that. And otherwise, the wilted sprite instead. Yeah, sure. I'm thinking of using instances for it just to separate the logic of, like, the plant data and how it's being drawn. Yeah. 1,200 crops. Yeah. Yeah, that is a lot faster. That is a big difference. Just for rendering, too. I mean, I don't think I would have 40k crops on screen. Yeah. I mean, Game Maker is supposed to already do this under the hood, but I imagine, you know, they have to do it in a, they have to do it in a fairly generic way, because they don't know exactly what you're doing. Right, yeah, it's true. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's start with this, and got that. So we got plant types. We got plant type generic. Okay, let's add some items. Maybe items are going to be a separate, set up in a separate script here. So that would be plants. Now let's have items. And items are also going to have an enum for all the items in it. Enum item types. Okay, and item type, we're gonna have generic seed, fancy seed, spooky seed. There we go. Now gonna have function item. Again, this is gonna be for an individual item. Item type, amount, durability, I don't know. This might not always. Usually it's going to be one or the other and not both. Yeah, type, amount, durability, maybe quality. One item type needs to be specified. Okay, and again, this is going to be individual items in your inventory and stuff, or on the ground, or something else. And then we're going to have... Then we're going to have definitions of these. Item type definition db function add item type. Item type. Protostruct. Item type db. I don't know if this is how people usually do this stuff. I really have no idea. But to me that makes sense. To me that makes sense. Plant type base. Yeah, I'm gonna call that plant type base here. Item type base. This is gonna be okay. Now let's think about what are the properties of all items. Things that all items have. Type name. So, generic item. Max quantity. Some of them are not going to stack at all. Like max stack, I guess. Value for if you buy it or sell it. Let's see. Maybe like category. There might be item categories. So like maybe an inventory is going to use categories to sort the items. And those are probably going to be an enum as well. For now, it's just going to be 0. Maybe a weight. I don't know if there's going to be, depending on the game, that might not really mean anything. Depending on the weight, you might have like a carry weight thing or not. So I'm not sure if whether you can bury something or plant something would be based on category or would be its own separate thing, like its own separate check here. So maybe there's a few like can plants. So that might be its own separate thing here, like regardless of category. There might be some like there might be like seeds you can plant. Well, all seeds you'll be able to plant, but there might be some like some veggies you can replant as well and stuff like that, right? So that might need to be separate from category here. Yeah. And maybe associated plants for if it is so basically this would be the type of plant it creates if you plant it. The fact that plant is the name, is the verb for planting something, and is also the word for the thing you plant, makes naming these things a little bit A little bit awkward. Maybe I saw crop. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Maybe it's a bit redundant to make this part of the base plant. Like, maybe it's something that should just be added for things you can plant, but that's fine. Okay. Also, some sprite stuff. So, icon. Icon sprite would be... let's make an icon set here. Let's say that's the icon for the seed. It's gonna be the generic seed icon. Kind of like a coffee bean a bit. Items. Maybe gonna have one sprite for all the seeds. Items. SBR item seeds. Image 0. Okay. So sprite, image, and yeah, that's about it for that. I think that works. Oh, actually, for terrain, I would probably want to have a separate sprite here for when it's been watered. Not really sure what I'll do for that, actually. I'll have a lot of... Making the base one very dark is kind of... maybe I need to make this a bit more... yeah, a bit wider here. There's a bit more room to breathe for the... It needs to not look like this. It can't look like that. So maybe more like this. Maybe I can add an extra color. Maybe it's time to add an extra color, folks. Maybe it's time to already switch to Arn32. Imagine that. That would give me these extra colors. I like that this one looks more, yeah, this one looks dark, you know, drier. Maybe, maybe I should just have a different pattern here. Maybe I should have a different pattern entirely here. Maybe this should be the pattern of, Hey, Julie W. Thank you. This is just something I'm making for fun this weekend. I want to get back into using this this engine. I haven't really touched Game Maker that much in the past year because I was working on Look Outside. So I wanted a little thing over a weekend to just kind of get me back into things. Yeah, I think this is gonna look good for. So this is gonna be when you. This is what it's gonna look like when you till land. Then it's gonna look like this once you actually plant something, which is gonna look like a mound, but it's gonna have kind of a dry color to it. And then, when you water it, now there's going to be more contrast between what it looks like when you water it versus when it's just tilled. Because now the just tilled land has a very different pattern to it. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works. Okay. So item type base is gonna look like this. And then function draw self. Item X Y. Like that. Okay. Okay. What else? Or maybe is can plant and maybe is tool or is usable. Use item. Item X, Y. And that's not actually going to do anything. Destroy item. Can have maybe if item amount is greater than MB. Maybe the item should know its own location. Again, this is the kind of thing I feel like usually, like something well programmed, the item should not know its own location. You know, when you organize your goat really well. But I'm just gonna make them all know their own location. Yeah. He's just gonna return true or false. True if there's some items left, and false if you have to remove the whole thing. Yeah. Not sure why this is giving me an error here. Okay, now let's have an inventory. Yeah, let's add an inventory here. Okay. And inventory max. Let's say 10 slots. Inventory select starts at 0. Okay. Like that. And here I'm gonna make it that you can change selection. If mouse wheel down. Inventory select +1. Mouse wheel up. Inventory select -1. If inventory select is less than 0, then inventory select equals max -1. If inventory select is bigger or equal to inventory max, then inventory select becomes 0. And then you're gonna just update selection. It might be a function here. I'm gonna move some of this logic to another object at one point. Right now I'm just making it real basic, all in one place, one big king object here. Update select. So whenever I change the currently selected item, it runs update select like this. I'll also use the numerical keyboard key press VK ord 1 okay. Must give me a problem here. Oh, is it double quotes? I guess it's double quotes. Weird, I thought you could use single quotes for that. I even think I remember you had to use single quotes. Weird. Anyway. I'm actually gonna... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just gonna put one for each of these. I can probably use key codes for this and not, you know, I can probably use a 4 and key codes for that because the key codes are numerically one after another. But whatever. I'll just do it like this. And 9 is for 0. There we go. And here, update selection. Update selection here. That's gonna be inventory item equals inventory with the current inventory select. There you go. That'll just update that. There's going to probably be some other stuff it needs to update at one point. For now, it's all it's going to do. Also, this is where I'll play a sound effect and stuff to show that you changed to your currently selected one. Let's draw the current inventory at the bottom of the screen. Less than inventory max I plus plus inventory this. I just grab each item. Oh, we got a stretch. We got a stretch. You're right. Whoops. I was too focused. Didn't even notice. Imagine. Time to stretch, folks. Oh, yeah. Let's do it. All right, let's draw what's in these inventory slots. All right, and if there is an item in the inventory slot, Then that item would be a basic item here. So I will need to get inventory slots. Sorry. Yeah, I muted. My keyboard went fucking nuts for a moment there. I don't know what happened. Started just spilling numbers. Just mashing the number keys. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, look at that. It's like my keyboard just went completely nuts for a moment. It just wouldn't stop. This never happened to me before. That's super weird. It just mashed. Look at that. It was just mashing numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know what that was. That was really weird. Is my keyboard dying? Maybe it was sending like all sorts of weird garbage data there. I don't know. That was weird. I have no idea what this was. That was super weird. I was not touching anything. It was just mashing. And it wasn't matching like one key. It was typing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 over and over. That was super weird. I have no idea what this was. Anyway, that was, yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. Okay, well, this was crashing. Let's try this again. Unknown object type cannot be resolved. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I think in having to delete, yeah, in all like having to mess with all the weird nonsense that was being typed, I removed a bunch of code. Like the noise overwrote some stuff. Yeah, the noise actually overwrote some lines there. Some of it is I probably just overwrote myself by mistake. Yeah, that was super weird. I don't know what this was. That was super weird. But this is still not working here. It's doing this again. What is this? It seems to be tied to the... It seems to be tied to the debugger. It seems like the debugger is doing this. Is this a new bug of like a Game Maker? Is this like an actual Game Maker bug? Like this is the debugger. This starts when I try to like when I start looking at the code through the debugger here while the game is running. It starts to just mash keys. That is really weird. I've never seen this before. This might be like a new issue Game Maker has. Anyone here uses Game Maker and has noticed this? This seems to be some kind of weird bug. I mean, it's going through some inputs, but it's not like it's not forcing keyboard strokes. There's nothing in there that's forcing keyboard strokes. It's like it's reading an input here. Because this is going through inputs from 0 to 9. That is what it's doing here. It is running through inputs from 0 to 9, but it's not printing anything. It's like the debugger is like spilling the value that's going through here onto what I'm looking at. That's super weird. Why is it doing that? I have never seen this before. I'm gonna like put a breakpoint here or something, or like here. And I'm gonna run this again. Okay, I'm in the debugger here. Let's open up. Yeah, what the hell is this? That's super odd. Resource view. So weird. Yeah, I don't know what this is. This is weird and it's it's very odd. Okay, well, let's put some items in the inventory, I guess, and see if they start appearing. So maybe I can make this a bit more visible if I go with like gray here. Okay, so this is the inventory there. It does show up. So it looks like maybe I need to never check into the workspace while debugging. It seems like this is where that comes from. Just if I check into the workspace while debugging, it just starts mashing numbers. This is super weird. I've never seen this before. I don't even know why. Like, how would I get some weird... Like, a lot of the projects I work on have been, like... A lot of the projects I work on are, like, weird projects that have been converted, like, many times and stuff. And so whenever I get some weird behavior, I presume it's something because of this. You know, it's a very non-standard project, you know, that launched 8 versions ago, and every time it's just been sort of like converted, and there might be some weird leftover shit that causes weird behaviors. But this is a new project I created today, so you know, none of that's happening here. Anyway, let's just add let's add some tools. Actually, let's make a character. Let's make a little character to move around. Yeah, how about that? Let's make a little guy. Let's make a little guy. That's right. That's a little guy. Look at that little guy. What a adorable little bean. Not a war criminal. Why would you even ask that? Why would you even think he's a war criminal? Come on. Where did that accusation even come from? Cursed 3? Nope. It's not familiar to me. Alright, there's a little guy. Little Bean. Littlebean.gif. Now, there's a guy we can trust. There's a guy who's never even thought of violating the Geneva Conventions. This guy knows first aid kits, little crosses need to be green, not red. Knows all about it. Oh. There's the player sprite. No, it's gonna have to be facing. So it's gonna be very simple visually here. So this guy's gonna have to be facing whatever direction that you're currently gonna be interacting it with your tools. So later I'm gonna put in, some proper keyboard management stuff. But for now, let's just keep it simple. Gonna remove the scroll from here. So now it's gonna be in this little guy. Gonna be moving around and interacting with things. Just a little guy. He's just a little guy. Yeah. It's true. This is true. And if instance exists object player, then you're going to be positioning the view based on this. Actually, I can probably just use the viewport logic here for that. Yeah. Yeah, just follow the player with borders. Like, I don't know, 240 borders for now. That'll do it. And here, draw start X instead is going to be based on the view. So maybe you're going to keep track of the view position here. There we go. Okay. Like that. Right, the actual inventory here isn't um yeah, the actual inventory here needs to be drawn separately from this. Hmm. Oh, this isn't actually working. But I can't actually. It's like I need to pause the game before. I need to pause the game before going into the code, which is annoying. Yeah. If I just resume while I'm looking at this, this is where it starts to keyboard mash. Very weird. Okay. So here, DS grid get world grid. I wonder if oh, I don't know if you're still around, Trunks, but I wonder if instance deactivation would have made it, because I wonder if the instance deactivation would have made the two run a little closer. If you didn't use it. Because I guess instance deactivation still goes through the instances, it just kind of skips over them. But it's still going through all the instances, even if it's just for one check. While with a struct, you can actually specifically only check the structs that are within the range. So in really large numbers, it probably still makes a difference. Okay. Yeah, even with instance deactivation. Okay. So let's put a breakpoint here. Wait, view X and view Y still say 0? What? Hang on. Why does that say 0? Oh, does camera get view X? Is that the viewport and not the camera position? Oh. Hang on. Border X. Oh, maybe it's this? That could be the problem? That could be it. No, that's still wrong. That is still wrong. No, this time it does give me something. View Y and view X. Okay, it does give me something now. So that was the fix for this bit. What about this bit? Yeah, sometimes if you put a breakpoint on the first line, sometimes it just doesn't work for some reason. Yeah, I'll remove this part now that I'm actually using views to display it. I need to use this. There you go. So now this is drawing these. I basically just made my own tile drawing system there. And it's only drawing tiles that are within view. It should not be drawing tiles outside of this. Let's just make sure here. Let's see, how many tiles are you drawing? Let's just count it. Let's just make sure. Let's just make sure. Tiles drawn like this. Okay. That should tell me. Well, that ain't right. Oh, what's wrong with this? Why is it? Is FNT main not set up properly? It looks okay here. That's pretty weird. I'll just use a Oh yeah, look at this. Yeah, while I'm playing, my keyboard is just mashing. Is it only within GameMaker? Let me try to create a new, like, text file or something. Yeah, while I'm playtesting, my keyboard is mashing. That is super weird. I'm gonna open this this text here. What is doing this? Yeah. Yep. While I'm playtesting, my keyboard is mashing. I mean it has to be, but I'm not doing anything to input keys. Okay, let's run the game, but let's remove these objects so there's nothing actually running in the code now. Okay? So now there's nothing running in the code. And okay, it's not happening. Okay, so it is based on my code. It is the function that's doing this. It is object world that's doing this. Wait, what am I doing that would enter keys? Is there anything I'm doing that would actually enter a keystroke? What would it be? I mean, there's stuff that I'm looking at keystrokes. I'm not entering them. Oh, no, maybe that is it. Hang on. Wait, is this just the wrong function? Yeah, it's not keyboard check. God damn it. Yep, that's it. I was using the wrong function here, and I was actually just forcing the function. Yep, that's it. See, this is why. This is why I need to get back. This is why I'm doing this weekend. I need to remember all of these things. I was the murderer the whole time. Okay. All right, all right. God damn it. What the hell? What the hell? Okay, what is this? Yeah, it does. Let's just clear the program here. Yeah, okay. Yep. That was maybe all the shenanigans Maybe all the shenanigans with keystrokes was causing some memory leak. That could be it. Yeah, that could have been like a weird memory leak from that. Okay, well. Yeah, maybe I just, I just taskbot myself into a memory leak with that. I was just mashing keys. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. We did solve the murder. Let's force it to World Gen once. Here. Yeah, let's force it to World Gen just once. And let's give ourselves... Oh, let's actually have a display object now. That's separate from the world object, so we can have like a view. CTRL display. This is gonna be what displays the HUD and everything. Yeah, this is gonna have the HUD in it. It's probably gonna have oh, time to stretch. Yes. Time to stretch. Let's do it. Aye. Gotta quickly order me some things for anime night tonight. Just, let's get some things. Let's get some things. Eating good tonight. How's about... all this. And, this. And, let's see. Oh. Do 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 do. Et voila. Et voila. Yeah, ordering some Thai food. So pad see ew with battered chicken, medium spice, and extra peanut sauce. Yes, please. No, that's the good shit. And delivery for later tonight. Scheduled. There we go. There we go. That should be good. Oh, need games. Yep, this is Game Maker. This is Game Maker. I've been using it for a long time, despite the horrible mistakes I've been doing. I've been doing a little project here to get back into it after not really using this for almost a year. Okay. So yes, let's make a display object. The display object is going to have all of the resolution stuff in it, all the view stuff in it. This is going to be persistent. This is going to be persistent. View X, view Y is going to be part of the display object, not this one. Also going to have a player, like maybe a main object or like a save. A main object, maybe that's what's going to have the inventory. Yeah, let's give the inventory to like a main object that's going to have like all the important game data, while the world is going to be specifically just world stuff. World save, inventory is going to be in main. Like that. Update selection is gonna be in this. Actually, maybe control inventory. Yeah, maybe inventory is the thing. Yeah, inventory, like the inventory is gonna have a lot of stuff just on that. So might as well just make it its own object. That makes sense to me. Let's bring all of that here. Also gonna have controls. That's another global object here. Yeah, let's make this. Let's do this right. RM start and RM main. RM start is gonna have all of this. Control main is going to create, that's going to be the first thing created here, control main. Okay, control main is going to create all the other ones. Just going to put these into global variables for easy access. There we go. Display. Inventory. World. Okay. Gonna move all of these to this, and the player to this too. Gonna have a menus thing here, and the main menu right now is just gonna be press any key. Menu main. Key pressed any key. Room go to. Room main. And then instance create depth. Go. The player should be a persistent object too, although it's not really going to have any important data in it. Still, let's make it persistent. And then I can create it before changing rooms that way. And here, clear the screen. Then press any key to farm. There we go. So now it starts in room main. And room main should just be the size of the view. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's not. Oh, right. A room main, it needs to have the main menu in it. That's going to help. Room start, that is. There you go. Control main, menu main. Okay. So now this should work. Press any key to farm, and then boom. And also it's going to make the world visible so that the tiles appear. Oh. Okay. I need to move some more stuff around. So, control display. Control display is going to have draw GUI. Let's see. I need to turn off automatic draw. I need to make some surfaces. Oof, all right, need to do all the stuff. I need to do all the stuff now. Oh, geez. So, main surface. This is all stuff that you generally just do like once for every project. So, you know, how you like set stuff like this up can be it's easy to forget sometimes. It's going somewhere. So surface create. Actually, now that I think of it, should this be... Maybe this should be smaller. Window set size. Maybe this should be the size of the window. 852 by 480, or maybe 1704 by 960. But maybe the actual view of like your character's movement and stuff, maybe it should not be that. Maybe... So let's get the size here. So 852 by 480. So this is the size of the whole view here. But maybe only like the middle here should be actually used. Yeah, maybe it should be just this segment of the view that's in use. And it's like, what's the size of this? 608 by 384. 608 by 384. Oh, thank you. That's handy. I didn't know that. Now that here is...
592 by 368. That might be what I want here. 592 by 368. Yeah, okay, I think that's what I think this is maybe what I want here. So yeah, 592 by 368. Maybe I'll switch this at one point. Main surface is this. Draw GUI, draw surface main. Wait, what? Why isn't it? Come on. Main surface. Draw surface. Next. Main surface. And that would be 0, 0, 2, 2, 0, C white, 1. If surface exists, main surface. Okay. Place surface. And main surface is actually going to be the full thing here. $640 by 360, yeah. That'll be 12 by 720.
So if I went for this instead... maybe this would be sort of the play area. Yeah, maybe this could be the play area. Maybe. Okay. Okay, let's okay. Draw end is when I'm going to draw the inventory. Like this. let's see here. What would I do? Not gonna be draw GUI for this. I forget if draw and actually is another draw GUI or not. I don't think so. I think draw and is just added at the top. I forget if draw and if that's still going to go on the surface selected here, or if it's going to be directly onto the onto like the draw buffer or the application surface. Yeah, I forget which it is. I guess we'll see. Let's try it now. Hang on. Okay. There you go.
this not work here? Oh. That'll do it. So, okay, for some reason... For some reason... Oh. That'll do it. I think if I turn them off. So it's when the room changes. When the room changes, this stops working. I'm not sure why. It creates a new surface, but it doesn't use it. And it's also semi-transparent for some reason. Hmm. Oh, I see. I see what's happening. Maybe. Maybe I see what's happening. Hmm. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Right. There's the problem. Two were overlapping here. Maybe that was the problem? Yeah, there's two players now. That's a problem. The main menu should not be persistent. That should disappear. Oh. Okay. What else? I should remove the player from there. Still an issue. Okay, that's a little bit better. But it's still just creating a new instance. It's still creating like a new surface here. It's as if there was two. Main surface is still 0 here. Yeah, it's creating a new surface. I don't know why. Something's forcing it to create a new surface when it's not supposed to. And it's like not setting the surface ID. Yeah, it's creating a new surface, but it's not using it. Or something like that. That's weird. Okay, at this point here, main surface is 0, and this is being set to the application surface. Okay, so far so good. Just have the one surface here. It's that one. Okay, but then when I hit a key, what's happening? When I hit a key here, nothing's happened yet, but it created a new surface. Where did that come from? It created a new surface, but like I don't know what created it. Like no code here is creating a new surface. A surface was created, but I don't know where it's from. Huh. Where is that surface being created to? And like the previous surface is still set, and this one is no longer being updated. So it's like a view surface ID here. I guess I need to just flush the surface manually whenever a room ends, so that it knows here to pick up the slack and make a new one. I guess I need to do that.
No, it's time to stretch.
I feel like I've never had to do that before, though. That's weird. I feel like I've never had to handle like this before. That's like where is a surface being created here? Where is it coming from? It's like it's just duplicating the surface instead of using the same one. Yeah, I'm kind of confused at that. Like I have two places where a surface is being created, and when I change the room, it's not running any of these, but a new surface appears. And it looks like, oh wait, and the size of it here. Wait, the size of it here. This is the full viewport size. So it's like it's turning back on the application surface here. It's acting like, okay. So do I just need to run this on room end, or like on a room start maybe? Does this not do that on it? Like, okay, that's weird. Maybe that's gonna. Maybe I don't need to create a new surface. I just need to do this on room start. Let's try that. Maybe that's going to fix it. Yeah. That was it. Weird. That's weird. Weird. I don't feel like I had to do this before. I don't feel like I had to do this before with handling the view surface. Huh. Weird. Anyway. Alright, whatever. I'll say time to stretch. Time for a quick little stretch. Yeah. Okay, let's see if I can get a little bit more done. I've been kind of stuck on a bunch of little things over the course of setting this up. So this is kind of a slow start, unfortunately. Well, let's see. Yeah, I'll still be streaming for about 40 minutes because I do have anime night tonight. And it's actually starting a little bit later, but actually, yeah, no, the delivery's early. Yeah, because that Thai place. So actually, I'll be still streaming for like an hour and a half maybe. Because I'll be receiving food a bit early, but that's fine. All right. Okay. Okay. Let's see. What? Oh, yeah, let's make sure the world is at the right depth. I think right now the world is on top of everything. Should not be. That should not be. Let's layer you properly. So yeah, world should actually be very low in the stack of depth, or else it's going to be on top of everything. It's right now below the black background. Let's give this a lower depth still. 20,000. There we go. Okay. We're back to this. Now let's have the inventory actually show up. Why is the inventory not showing up here? Yeah, again, I'm not sure if draw end. Let's look up the manual here for draw end. So I don't know if draw end. Oh, it's not gonna tell me? It's not gonna. Come on. Draw end. Draw events. Okay, draw end. Standard draw events. Okay, that's really just a regular draw event. Is just before or after. Just in case you want to append something before or after the normal draw event. But otherwise it behaves the same way. Okay. So that doesn't tell me why this is not displaying though. This should be... That means this should be showing up here. I'm drawing this based on the current view position and everything. So why is this not showing up here? Is the depth of it wrong, maybe? What's your depth? Depth is minus 10,000? Yeah. Minus 10,000 should be right on top. Okay, maybe I could just draw the GUI separately here. Yeah, okay, instead of drawing it here, I'm gonna just draw this on the GUI thing. So here, I'm going to just going to do this right here. Surface set target, and now I'm going to target main surface. Or maybe this is where I could do it and post draw, or I'm actually not sure if post draw. I'm not sure where post draw is in the in like the order of operations. So let's just do it here for now then. So surface set target main surface, and then surface reset target, and that should put that in the bottom, and it's not. It is not doing it. Why is this not doing it? Is the depth like out of range? Maybe? Maybe the depth I set it is like too extreme. Let's try to like 5,000. I remember there is like a depth range, but I don't think it's that big. I'm pretty sure this should still be drawn here. Yeah, that's not it. Okay. Code is blurry on stream. 16K? Well, I mean, I'm not. I'm at 5K now. It's not where. It's not. Why is this not displaying? It was displaying just fine before. Let's just walk through it and see what. Oh, actually, let's see here. So the surface target is this. Let's look at the surfaces here. So surface target here is this one. And now it's trying to draw at 100 plus this. What would be the problem there? It's just being drawn at 100 plus this. And this should be drawn directly on the surface here and not in the room. So that should remove this part. So what's up? Is the draw alpha not 1 maybe? How about I draw some text? Lovely. Oh, well, that's drawn. That's drawn fine. Oh, am I just placing it out of view? Oh, yeah, I am. God damn it. I was just drawing it out of view. Because I was, the previous window size was bigger. God. Making some silly mistakes. Some silly mistakes, folks. Okay. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, I was just still using the previous window size, so it was just drawn below the view. God damn it. Yeah, you do. That's true. This is true. Yeah, it wasn't that the GUI was using the window coordinates. I was just using the previous size from before I resized it to 640 by 360. Yeah, just getting back into the groove. Just getting back into the groove. All right, here, there, putting that in there. All the control stuff is going to be there. This is going to do, this is interacting with the inventory. This is going to be all of the game controls. This is where I'll eventually put in, like, you know, gamepad support. All the gamepad support stuff is just stuff I'll import from other projects because this code is always exactly the same no matter what. You know, some stuff you can just import as is and it just works. Hey, Mirasonic Rex, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Okay, let's have a raid message. That's right. Okay, let's display which one you're currently selecting. Like this, so you should still be able to select this. And this is going to be -2, -2, +19, +19. That should have a bit more of a visible selection. And oh. This is not working. Update select. Oh right, update select was update select. That would be part of the inventory itself. So I'll move this code. Where was it? So it wouldn't be in controls. It would be in inventory. Yes, inventory, update select. That'll do it. So control inventory, update select, update select. There we go. And in the display here, I'll add the highlights separate from this. Yeah, I'll add the highlights separate from this. And here, if inventory select is bigger than or equal to 0, just in case it has an invalid value, it's going to be inventory position X plus 20 times I. Instead of I, it's going to be just the select. Here, like this. Okay. Oh. Okay, well we got a little selection thing. It's not It's vertically not quite what I want. Let's give them a bit more spacing too. So maybe instead of every 20, it's gonna be like every 22. Let's make it a variable. Yeah, let's make this a thing here. Goes well, it's going well. I'm just kind of winging it here. I'm winging it tonight. Okay. Yeah. That's better spacing on these. Okay, let's add that there's an actual inventory to select now. Let's make this an actual inventory. Actually, let's make it 24, separate 24. And let's move it down a bit. And let's add little labels for each. So you know that they have an associated letter for your associated number. So draw text. Like this, and the text is gonna be string I plus 1, and all of this modulo 10. I think that works. I think that works. And it's gonna be plus 4 plus 20. If I want it to be below it, it should be like in a little frame. Yeah, right now it's just gonna be like that. Yeah, not super and yeah, I can hit the numbers, and that selects that too. Good. We got a little inventory working. Something resembling an inventory working. Maybe just a little lower here. Okay, let's add some random items in the inventory. Let's add some tools. Yeah, let's add some tools. Sure. Little Bean. There's Little Bean. Y'all say hello to Little Bean. And now let's add tools. Let's add tools. Okay, the tools. We're gonna have a hoe. Oh, this is not a good background color for this. That's better. There's a hoe. Yeah. With an outline. And let's have an axe. I'm kind of making it up as I go. This is just kind of this is like a prototype I'm putting together, but so far I'm just kind of making it just a farming game, just a farming, Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley, just making a game like those for now. And there's a hoe. I have some ideas for like things, funky things I could do with that prototype eventually. But for now, the prototype itself is going to be basic. So hopefully that way I can turn it into all sorts of things. So that's the hoe. Well, for now, it's not going to be anything like that. It's just going to be a basic-ass farming game. Real simple. Nothing special about it. Okay, so we got a hoe. We got this. Let's add a pickaxe. There you go. That's a pickaxe. And let's add a watering can. There's a watering can. And let's make a A scythe. Yeah, maybe a hammer. And a sword. The ultimate farming tool. For XP farming. A shovel, yeah, shovel. Yeah, whatever. That works. It's good enough. Hey, Void playing games. I'm using Game Maker right now. Alright, let's make some items. Let's import the tools. And this +8 +8. Oh, I might be getting my food soon. Oh, soonish. Okay. Soonish. I'm not gonna be eating right away. I'm just receiving my food in advance because the Thai food place closes before the old anime night. Nothing too specific, Jibaro. Just the collection of farming games I've played, and other things. Just, yeah, nothing too specific right now. Okay, let's add definitions for these items that I just added. So this over here is item type base. Let's add some items, some individual items. Here gonna have Ho normal. Axe normal or axe base. Pickaxe base. Throwing can base. Scythe base. Shovel base. And sword base. Alright. And then item type hoe base. There's the type name. Type index. Generate plant. And then you grab from it the type index. Like that. New item. Okay. Protostruct. There you go, add plant type. Now I just need to add the function itself. I shouldn't need to do anything else to declare these. Yeah, this is a bit simpler that way. Add item type. Hello, hello. Hang on, just need to see when do I get it. Okay, I need to go get the food in 10 minutes. The next break is sooner than that. I'll need to delay the break to synchronize it. Possibly, but at first it's just gonna be basic. A very basic farming game. I'm just starting with the prototype. Okay. I'll just make it is usable. It's true. Icon sprite is SPR tools. Item tools. Icon image is 0. And then I should be able to make the others. So hoe, and then axe base. Axe base. Pickaxe base. Pickaxe base. Watering can base.
Oh no, it's time to stretch.
Not yet. Not yet, it's not. Watering can base. Then scythe. Scythe. Shovel. Shovel. Frame 5. And then sword. So ideally I would set these up. I would set items in a ideally I would want to set items in like a separate like spreadsheet thing. It's probably what I'll eventually put together for this, but for now let's just make a big old list like that. It's not the best way to do it. It's not the best way to do it. But it's gonna be fine for now. Okay, so now this should be defining all of these items and adding them into a big old list of item definitions. Now let's add a function to add an item to the inventory. So function add to inventory. And it's going to be just adding an item. And inventory slot. Now, it's going to check if the item here is a struct or an item type. enum. So if is struct. Actually, I forget if is struct. Yeah. So if item here is a struct, then... So if it's not a struct, then ITM is new new item of type item. And I'm going to presume everything else is generic. Also, this should be a constructor. There you go. Okay, so that means add item, add to inventory just needs to be add to inventory is either just a number, so I can just add an item like this, I could just add axe base, or I can define an item first and then add that specific item in there. That way, that's going to make it kind of easy to use. That's good. Now, inventory slot by default is going to be -1. If inventory slot is -1, then it's just going to find the first slot. It's just going to find the first empty slot and put it there. So if slot is less than 0, then I'm going to go through the inventory and find the first empty slot. So control inventory max. Man, they've improved the autocomplete so much. It was like unusable like a few years ago. The autocomplete was just not useful. Now that it actually keeps track of like local or instance variables or object variables. It used to like keep track of them, but not. They was just they didn't know about scope basically. Here it kind of keeps track of context and everything. Now, when you try to get like an object's variables, it actually indexes all of the variables each object has. It did not used to do that. It just used to have a giant list of all variables declared, and it just showed you the best one it could find for it. It's just so much better now at this. Okay, so this, and if just look at this current slot here. Inventory I. If is undefined SLT, then pick that inventory slot and break. And there we go. And after this, it's just going to it's going to return false if it cannot find a spot for it. And it's going to return true if it can find a spot for it. Here, if there is a slot, it's going to just check to see if that slot is occupied or not. So if is undefined, and if it is not undefined, then set the slot to -1 because you don't have a spot to put it in. And here, if the slot is big or equal to this, then actually put the item in there. Otherwise, and return true. Otherwise, return false and don't do anything. Turns false because it failed. All right. And remove item. Also, oh yeah, so the inventory here is actually more like the hotbar. Yeah, I should have the separate inventory and hotbar, huh? Yeah, kind of mixing the two here, but the two should be separate. So inventory and hotbar. Hotbar max, hotbar select, hotbar item, and actually there's no inventory select and inventory item. So yeah, the hotbar is, yeah, the thing I've been calling the inventory is really the hotbar. Okay. So yeah, inventories. Yeah, there's no inventory select, just a hotbar select. And that's hotbar select. Let's just shift all of these here. Just switch all inventory. Actually, no. Just inventory select to hotbar select. And let's bring back the hotbar in a few spaces here. Hotberry max. Hotbar select, hotbar max. Hotbar max, hotbar select. Update select. Okay, and then for the display here, let me see, am I getting the food soon? Oh yeah, in 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes away. I'll be going to grab my food very soon. I'm not gonna stop streaming yet, because I'm only gonna be eating when anime night begins, which is in about an hour. So I'll just be fetching the food and hoping that it remains warm. It should stay warm for at least an hour. Okay, so yes. So yeah, still got about an hour of streaming tonight. Tomorrow I'll try to start the stream a bit earlier. And I think I'll have something good by the end of this this weekend. I think I should have something pretty good by the end. Like it had kind of a slow start, but I think from this point on it's gonna be rolling. I think it's gonna be rolling.
this is hotbar max. Hotbar. Hotbar select. Hotbar select. Hotbar select. Okay, this should work still. Also, I gotta go get my food just now. But yeah, this is still working. Oh, no, there's a crash here. There's still something that isn't... Okay, well, I'll need to go check this, but... Oh, my food's here. I'll go get it. Just a moment. Food. F-O-O-D, food, food. G-O-O-D, good, good. F-O-O-D, food, food. G-O-O-D, good, good. Huh? Oh, I think there was a miscommunication, but whatever. F-O-O-D, food, food. G-O-O-D, good, good. F-O-O-D, food, food. G-O-O-D, good, good. This is working. There we go. Alright. Okay. Alright, so yeah, the food's arrived. I'll just rate them real quick. Yep-a-boo. I'm rating them 4 stars. So you have something to work towards. Saw the first episode of the new King of the Hill yesterday. It was very good. It's very good. Okay, let's see. How loud he coming? That's right. Okay, let's put some more music on. Yeah, got like an hour. Right, there was
I forgot to actually put the ad. So we're gonna get interrupted by an ad. God damn it. I forgot to put an ad on. So it's gonna run an automatic ad. Ah. God damn it. Alright, well, I'll run an ad. I guess we got another stretch break, folks. God damn it. Alright. Ah, there's the problem. There's the problem. There we go. Also, let's make this WASD. Let's make that WASD. Really, no reason not to have that be WASD. Oh, was it uppercase only? Yeah, maybe it's uppercase. Yep, it's uppercase. Okay. We moving! Oh, we moving! Okay, now let's add items to the inventory. That should work on its own, I think. Let's add some items in the field to collect. And when we collect an item, it's gonna give us the item. Complicated, I know. Not a font. No. Object item. There we go. A fall position. Fall position is bigger than 0. A fall speed is less than 2.
Okay. This is add to a hotbar. So first, it's gonna try to add to inventory. Add to hotbar. The associated item. And it's gonna try to add it to the currently selected slot of the hotbar. Right? And if not, then it's going to try again, but this time it's not going to set a spot for it. So instead of hotbar select, it's going to go -1, right? So first it tries to place it where you currently have selected. Then it tries to just put it in the hotbar anywhere that's free. And then it tries to add it to inventory.
Okay. Or took it. Right. And here, if this works, then took it is true. There we go. So it tries the hotbar where you have it selected. That doesn't work, add it anywhere on the hotbar. If that doesn't work, add it to the inventory, anywhere in the inventory. And if that still doesn't work, then you failed to pick up the item. You have no more room, right? Okay. If took it, then you delete the item from the ground there. And this is where some sort of pickup item sound would play. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's add some generic items then for you to pick up. Maybe let's make a spawn item function. Function spawn item object. Item position X, position Y. Then I'm going to give it item associated. There we go. There we go. And now let's spawn some items in random spots. Gonna put an item spawner here. Not really. I mean, it's kind of like a game jam, but not really. I mean, I'm jamming on a game, but it's not really a game jam. Just making something quickly over the weekend for fun. Not really, you know. I'm jamming by myself, basically. I think anything I set out here is going to be global by default, right? So I think I need to do this, yeah. Yeah, everything here is going to be global. And same for this. Item location is undefined. Type is 0. Type should not be 0. Huh. Oh, okay, I see. These are not defined yet. That's why. It was, yeah. I didn't actually define all the items yet. That's the problem. I did not actually define all the items, and here I'm generating random items, so that's the problem. Spawn item objects. Item type.
No, it's time to stretch.
Oh. Well, alright. I don't think it is. Alright, now. No more stretching. Not a lot of time left. No more stretching. No. It's not. No, it's not time to stretch. No. No. It's not. It's time to work. 20 minutes left before anime night. That's right. Only 20 minutes left. Game music 1. Hello, Melanie. Item seats. Okay, let's see if this is better. Ah! We got some items. Not picking them up, though. Lots of items, though. What is it with these items? Not picking anything up, though. Oh, what's up with that? Why am I not picking these up? Let's see. Let's see what's up in there. Is it running this? Okay. Is there any of them that makes it here. Maybe none of them makes it to Kent. No, some make it to Kentake. Oh, they don't have a sprite. That's the problem. They don't have a sprite. You know, maybe it shouldn't be place meeting. Maybe it should be a distance check. Or maybe just a mask, an item mask. Now let's make it an item mask. Like 4x4. Item mask. I think that should fix it. There we go. Ah, now something's happening. Okay. Ah. That a problem, that a problem. Here it should be slot, not item. There we go. Okay, are we gonna get picking up items? Yeah, we're picking up items. Oh, I mean, they're not placed correctly, but we're picking up items. They're just not lined up properly. Also, I can still pick up items after this because it's going into the inventory. And now the inventory's full too. It's just not displaying the inventory. All right, let's just fix the display here. And also, let's make it display the currently selected item for a while after you select it. Also, I could make it that could have a little attract thing where when an item is close enough, it starts to whoop towards you. Whoop. That feels a bit more satisfying when you have when you attract items to you. It's a bit easier to catch them. Hello. Is my main job. There you go. Slightly better placed. Now it should tell you for a little while Whenever you select something, it should tell you what that is. Oh, first let's make a function to yeah, let's make some like a draw function here. Let's make some draw functions. Let's make a quick little text draw text outline. X, Y, string, outline color. No, just this weekend, just for fun. I might come back to it some other weekend too, but for now, just keeping it simple. I don't know why it wasn't giving me that. Huh. Set color. Color. Go. Just a quick and dirty draw text outline. Just a quick and dirty.
backwards. There we go. That's holding. That's what holding an item looks like, folks. It's true. I'm holding it. Alright, well, this turned out to take... setting up very basic stuff ended up taking a lot longer than I would have wanted. But, you know, it's a start. It's a start. You know? I'll continue this tomorrow. I have a little bit more time for tomorrow because, yeah, I got anime night now. Got anime night starting. But yeah. So yeah, tomorrow, hopefully we're gonna get to actually interacting with the world using those tools. Maybe planting some plants and maybe growing some plants finally. Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right. But yeah, thank you all for watching, folks. And take care.